Okay, I will enter the build, and in here, um, this will close when I touch here. It can open here again. But in here, you can write anything. Um, the first cards, these ones, are kind of skills to do things. Like if you want to do um, this one, you touch here and it get add here. This will tell the AI to place a certain code, and this one will tell the AI to place another code. It will be faster if you tell which part of them do you want. But for now, I won't use any of them because if you write here, it can't understand and place any of these in here. So right now you can use this one to get ideas, just ideas, and we'll place 1, 2, 3 cards in here, and this is what these cards are meant to be. Touching here will share to you anything that other people type in here. For example, this one says build a. Yes, any of them can be standalone apps. If you don't implement this one, they will be standalone apps without the Google API entry endpoints. If you don't use this one, and if your idea didn't ask to use the Google API endpoint, it will be a standalone app. I will show you how to. Let's do let's do just the standalone app and how to do it. So in order to do a standalone app, I will remove this so that it will not have Google API points, and I will write something here, like a calculator, right? Build an app that is a calculator. There, that's all. So build, and we wait. While we wait, whatever is writing, I will tell you that this button here will output the content into your repository. That is equivalent to having a standalone app. Additionally, you can click this button here, which will give you the code to run as a standalone app also. So which one do you prefer? The one with the GitHub or the zip file? Okay, I will say to GitHub. As soon as this finish, I will use this option. And then we will compile outside of here and test that it is standalone. Sure, sure. It will be a virtual machine, but since this one is TypeScript, it will always be a virtual machine. If you have a OBS to record this session, place the OBS and record if you have size in your hard drive. Okay, awesome. So as soon as this finish, we will go fast so that your video won't take too much space. we will need a new folder. The folder will be in my hard drive. Uh, you know that the git command, right? Git clone, and I will paste here my whatever this one will output. So right now we will wait. This one is fixing one more thing, and then we output. There we have a calculator. It looks like a calculator. So we will output, save. It will ask me what to create. So, TypeScript. TypeScript. It will be public. Create. This is create. Just create. Then after create, we'll pack everything, all the code into one commit, just one commit, and it will auto complete here whatever the Gemini think this thing is. So it will auto complete here, and I will say stash and commit. My app is this one, so I will copy this and oh man. Okay, git clone. We have one. Okay, so let's update the folder. Enter here, like we open the console and we do whatever the README says. I'm sorry, I need to paste it here. Okay, whatever the README says. The README says this one. Okay, and what this one I would read. Say you does the say to GitHub or the download have a Google telemetry to identify the code as the being written by AI. It will have something that leave a mark. I will show you by entering the repository, right? It has this one, the initial commit, but it, you can still move you can still move this one, the calculator, to another repository just to avoid this uh, template because this is a mark that it was made with Google, right? But you can still do the download as a zip, clean up, and put in a new repository like or you can publish as private work, then output and put in in a new. You can do anything uh, to remove this, but I won't remove because it's everywhere. It will be everywhere. Oops, I lost you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lost you. Yes, this one. So continuing. Um, Here we can test. We should something like plus one. Okay, 998 plus one is minus one. There, it's working now. This one. we did npm install, so we follow the next step, and then we enter here. We wait, and we wait. Hmm. What am I have happened? Am I in the calculator? I am in the calculator. Why is my is dead? Dead. Ah, yes, yeah. We have free API key, and I have one in the system file. But for some reason, this NovaCalc it didn't show, but this one does. Hmm, which is weird. I will close this one. Maybe it is a problem. Okay. Control C to cancel. Run dev again. Yes. Maybe the port. I use a wrong port. Tell me the right port. This is the right port. Man, this is really bad. How come? Port is right. Let's see it again. Maybe. Ah, we have a run field, right? Field, and that should build a distribution. And if we use that one, we should be able. It is a calculator, but it has a bug. And the bug often in F12, it will say, ah, okay, but this is not enough for me to fix it. Maybe we can ask the AI how to fix it. The AI that I have available, I don't know if you have a install client, but I install client, and I will show you how to use a client a, as a provider. Okay, because client as a provider has a free model. So I am here in client. Okay, and client as a provider, let me do a zoom. So client as a provider, we say here client, and if you don't have client, you can change it from open router to client. And when you do that, you will see that this one is free. And I will use this one that is free from client to try to fix this. Yes, the problem with GitHub Copilot, Is the when I use it, I get this part going all the way to here, and it's done in less of than a month. That is a problem for me because there are so many things to fix. And until now, Klein with Grok fast code has never shown me a limitation. In other words, Grok want to dominate, and that is why it's free. In this case, I copy this one and give him to see if he can fix it. Yes, basically. And until now, this one wasn't available to me if it weren't for Google in Google Studio because the app builder that is only TypeScript uh, till now have never shown me a limitation either. So this one is cool and uh, it's cool also. If you are going to go TypeScript, do it here and see the result faster. And if you are going to require some Python, then go here. Oh, okay. This folder that is here, node modules, is something that git ignore has it there for not to upload into GitHub. In other words, whenever you do the command install, it will install anything that all the libraries that are here, maybe here, and maybe here and here, right here. And this will be your virtual machine. Or it's not your virtual machine, it's your virtual environment. And I'm not using virtual machine like the term virtual machine, but it's limited to here because the code can't access libraries that are in here. These are the libraries that are available. Of course, it's not a virtual machine. And when it is about Python, there is a virtual environment. Of course, it's not a virtual machine either, but yes, a virtual environment. And I I'm not setting up a virtual machine because this computer and I don't use data. right? Everything that is here can be deleted, or maybe it will do some damage, but it can be deleted. So right now the calculator is working. Okay, since the calculator is working right now, there are some differences. You remember that I upload to GitHub, right? It did upload everything to GitHub, all the files. And then I asked Grok to fix the code, and he did these changes to here. And hmm, here there is no visible change. Maybe he changed the new line from Macintosh to from Linux to Windows. But here there is a change. It's quite clear. We add the module and the TypeScript. In other words, if we add this one to this one in here, or maybe in here, yes, this one is the one that will require. Let me compare. After the root in index, after the root here, basically Grok add this one here. And if I do this and I say to GitHub, I will update my second repository, my second commit there, dash, while doing do it here instead of backward, because I don't have a button to pull from here. I need to do here and then send it there, and then this one I will drop this to the trash, and drop this to the trash, and then I will ask to update page there, incoming changes. So update. Maybe I should stop all the. Mhm. Right now I am right now I am in blue, and this one is a change that came from Google, and that is what I could share with you. Do you think we can take it from here to somewhere else? Sure. Tell me. If you have an idea, tell me here. Hmm. For the search on the web without AI is kind of difficult. Yes, it will be required. Now, remember that if it is required to use an AI and I press this button, then it will be cheaper to grab the repository from Google from GitHub and place it here because that repository, if you don't place it here, it will use tokens that aren't free. And if you place it here in the build app from Google, it won't use uh, tokens. It will be free. So if we plug a service that is a API, it's better to keep it here. Hmm. Would you like to understand a GitHub repository? Hmm. Okay. This is interesting. Let me show you a different path without the app, okay? To understand a GitHub repository. So I will use free tokens, of course. We'll enter Google Studio. I will leave the building app by going here and use Gemini, okay? And in here, the system prompt I will use a system prompt that DJC made, which is since there is no source, there is no source. And this will say to the LLM, hey, whatever I am asking you, make me a document in this kind of structure. That is why I placing here. So whatever I ask here, it will try to do in this structure. And those structures will be a giving explanation about a GitHub repo. But to get a GitHub repo, I will go to GitHub. I will grab an interesting repo. Let's say, let's say this one. So I grab this one. I'm sorry, I don't grab. I will change the part that is like this into the hoop without the hoop in, into a ingest. I think is ingest like this. Let me confirm. Once I change from GitHub to Git ingest, I can do copy all, and it will copy all the files into one long file. There is a limit of 300 lines, but at least it will copy. This repository will be easy. If you don't want the license, you can remove the license, then remove the README, then remove maybe this one. I remove almost anything and leave only code, code, code. Hmm. And this one is gone. I will use these three and do ingest again. And right now it has concatenated three files. Okay? I go back to Gemini and I say, I will ask to attention to this thing that is it has this name everywhere. And second, yes, I will give you the link right now. Um, things there. This this one, but I do change ingest. Okay, I do change to this one. And then I remove something that is not required. This one and this one. Those two are not required. So best practices. Well, maybe license is not required. And I do that, right? I ingest again, then I copy, then I go here to the system instruction, and I will paste everything like this in here in a new file. So just so that you can get this one name like this, I will paste in here. Just for you to get the name correctly, I will paste the name here also. In other words, this document that I sending you is for Google. If you paste here, you will have the same as I'm doing. But if you want to understand how I get it, it was to enter here, to change the GitHub to ingest, and to pick some files. And that will give me this, so that I can paste here. You can do it manually, of course, but this one is faster. Okay, and I am in setting pro, and I will say from the following code base, make me the things with me and the um, uh, here I will invent something. Well, I will improvise. Okay, what can I improvise? I can improvise something like make it very detailed, or don't forget uh, something, or etc. Right? In this case, I will say make sure to be very specific, or very detailed, or something, etc. And since I said from the following code base, I need to paste here the code I am interested, which is the one we pick. Anything from okay. Anything from GitHub. In this case, we will pick something easy, just for the logs. Okay, I copy. You can download and place it, but if you copy and paste, you will force it to do that. Now, if you do the uh, these three characters here, it means code. You can do code here. If you say markdown, you do code for markdown in here. The moment you ending is like this. So here you can place your markdown code, like title, title. Okay. In my case, I won't use this text block, because it's all concatenated and it will come in any flavor. So I will paste the entire code structure right here, like this. And this is the separator, and I cross my finger that the LLM will understand that this is the separator and this is the structure of what I'm pasting here right now. So I will decrease the zoom. We are in 100, and I send it. Right now it has all the source code of those three files, and run. Sometimes you have to turn on this context, because this one search on internet and get titles, only titles. And this one will enter into the titles and read the context of the page. This one gives about 3 or 5 titles, not the same as reading the web page. Somehow today is slow. Yes, today is kind of slow. Let's close this one. Let's close this one. Now, Google Studio is red here because I did with this um, with this add-on, which is named as Stylus. I did a configuration because I need to see in blue what is my text, and I need to see in red what is his text. It's text, right? So if you are interested in this configuration, I will copy paste the code that I have actually. This might be obsolete tomorrow, so the extension for add-on for browsers. Tilus. Let's see. Yes, Tilus. And the content is this one. But I will add a block to say CSS and paste here and close. There, there you have a uh, a block that you can copy and paste right here, and it will work like this, just like this. But you have to learn how to use a stylus. I can try to, I know, but you have to learn CSS. It's important to learn CSS to config a web page to your liking. Right. So right now it gave me an explanation of what might have repository doing. And it is in this way. The important thing about this way is there is one error here that started in here. So I will enter to fix the error. No, I didn't wrote the extension. The extension you can download from Mozilla Firefox, if it is Mozilla Firefox, or Edge or Chromium. The extension get more extensions on Microsoft Edge, and we say like stylus. But you should check other stuff because there are good stuff like that reader to make a pages dark, tamper monkey, block at publicity, adverts, and things like that. Okay, I will fix the problem, and the problem is right here will be three tilde, and at the end it will be three tilde. So I will modify the answer that Google gave me by going here. It might be jumpy in the moment I enter. Right now I am here. I notice that this part is modifiable, and I need to delete this one here. Then I press end, and I delete the last three and save. Now that is saved, I have in the good format. This is a better format. And right now I can tell you this repository does this, just like that. What does this repository? It does this. And it pull everything from the source code. So in this case, it says the 10 chapter novella is a client side, single page application that utilizes generative AI to author structured short stories, emphasis in short. Unlike generic text generators, this tool enforces a specific 10 chapters narrative arc, the hook, inciting incident, pinch point, climax, etc. The application features pseudo geomorphic 3D book reading. Hmm, that's interesting. So right now it pick up that it will be a 3D book interface where the user turns page interactively. It generates not only the text but also custom cover image from the story. It includes local history management, story reading capabilities, and export option. So if I show you whatever this repository has, if we go here, I forgot to add a picture, but I have a video. Yes, I have a video. Raw. I think I won't be able to see it, but it downloads there. Is the example of what the teams told you the repository does. 10 chapters, 8 chapters in a book, and also the yes, I could have I didn't invest time, and I tried to add the video in a way that it will pull from the from the folder, but I failed at it. But I can show you something interesting. In here, in the GitHub, if you change and github.com from a repository, ¿verdad? Name, repo, name, repo. If you change .com for dev, you get um you get oops, you get VS Code Online. So in the VS Code Online, I will input the video. Hey, dev. Let's see if this one will fail. I know the web page will work, but this one might fail. You see, I don't need to. Well, I enter here. I place the link. I say, oh, it's working. Okay, and I did okay, commit, etc., and leave. And I didn't realize the the preview here isn't the same as the GitHub. Hmm. Okay, I will leave here because doing here is not the same. But it's kind of practical because this part is really similar and you can see it at the same time. Option. options. Yes, yes, yes. So in the end, I have to enter here, remove this, and use those two videos. Maybe I shouldn't edit this now and focus on other things. Continue with our thing. Tell this. Um, this method lets you input the entire content that you are interested with that system prompt to ask him a document. Sure. AI storage, it will accept the user identified topic and a genre. It generates exactly 10 chapters. So this the thing that DJC did, pa-pa-pam, pa-pam. This one that he did makes an app into a text, or you can do the entire text and ask from this text to do an app. Basically, that is, there is no source. It's a text because there is no source. And I gave you the concatenated version that is here. Situation, it will describe, okay, the app has to have this interface, a top bar with these things, a download view template cat cover, an input selection with the genre, the topic, the genre button, a book view that is 3D and contains page. Post generation tool will be export to PDF or EPUB, history panel. Okay, this part is kind of difficult to explain without a viewer, but the viewer might be a Mermite chart, right? A Mermite chart. You can use any Mermite chart, but I will place here. Here is the explanation of how enter the topic, click generate, debug mode, call AI, without the debug mode, use load static templates, render template, etc., etc. So the place I do the checking of the Mermaid is in this web page. Before committing, you can commit and it will show you the effect of this Mermaid chart also, right? In the README. Technical implementation is runtime, browser, native. Basically, this one, this text here is readable and tells you about that repository, which is kind of similar to what you say here. Is kind of, it will give me explanations, because right now you can ask how that how does the repository do certain things. Continue the chat here, like you can interrogate any explanation right here. Mm, yes, since it has 1 million tokens, you can place. Right now we are using 31,000, right? We didn't get to 1 million, but we could go to 800, 800,000. We can get to that number of source code. You were writing something? Yes, about uh, you can try to concatenate everything by hand, or maybe you can do a Python script. Let's say, mm, sure, take write it. For instance, I have this script, simple script to do the file name, the line, right, and then the code. Th- This is what Git ingest does. It's like concatenating everything. But this script is not comfortable. So right now I can use this script to make an app, but the app will need. Right now I don't have a Teams. So my process will be make a Teams first. Then to make the Teams, I will need to give the concat this. So we start a new conversation, or maybe in this one. Yes, yes, we can do in this one. I will clear out this one. I delete everything in here. I delete the thinking. I delete the answer. Okay, it's free. Now I will copy this script. Copy this script. Now there is no button to copy. Copy this script. Place it here. And save. So in this situation, I say I should use blocking because it's Python. Let's start with tilde 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 Python, and at the end I will end it with tilde tilde tilde, and right there, if you check, it's like this, one simple block of source code. And I say understand what Teams is, and from the code, make me a Teams README that make sure to be very detailed. This will fail because I didn't said I want a desktop app. So now I will cancel whatever is doing. It's interesting, but I need user friendly version of this to do this one. to do this one because input and output with console command is not happy. Yes, it was safe, but only if you make a block. I did make a file. I gave you a file, so that is why in this case it was save the indentation because it's a file that I share with you. But if I don't make the block, like a block is like a tilde, right? Tilde, tilde, tilde. See, it's making a mini block in the middle. And if you use 3 times and you type Python, can put here any Python code like this, and then you have to close with 3 tilde like this. Of course, when I send you the answer, this part will be hidden from you, and this part will be hidden from you. But it is this button like this, and then you can copy, and the indentation will be kept. Okay, there is a indentation. In my request, I will change instead of make sure it will be very detailed. I will change to we will go to the desktop app. I make desktop app that we will ask the user in. So this is my change, and my little Python script is here. In other words, this boring script that is a script of Python can have an app. Yes, if you use this term, desktop, it will think you don't need an Android app. Is you can instead of app is something that is being used a lot. You can say a software, but we need Python. I didn't say Python. We will go Python. Probably it will go Python. And here is designing how the Windows will look like. Maybe it won't pick .NET by default because Gemini tend to go Python. Uh, Besides, I gave a Python code. Probably it will go Python. Still, that is why the style of this document is ready to build an app. Yes, it is still using the same. Before building an app, we will test this one in Mermaid. So copy, paste. It works, right? There is no error. You don't need to use AI to fix. But sometimes there is an error if, for example, there is one line like this. It has a parenthesis. Parenthesis will need um, to be in double quotes to fix the problem of the parenthesis, because parenthesis means something. Since the mermaid works, the AI will understand correctly. Right now, this is to make an app. I should copy this and ask my app. We will ask, and we have to use a new folder. Yes, I have to be stop being lazy and do a new folder. So we will close this one. Oh man. Well, I will do a new folder then. New folder. Uh, okay. This one is concatenate things. With concatenate GUI information. I will need a virtual environment, and I will need this one. Ah man, here maybe this one. Just support files. This one. Which one might be interesting? Mm, these two. Sorry for the wait. We take these two. With this one, I can enter in my event already and do it with. It did pip list, but I don't know which pip is this one. This one should be smaller. Yes, it's smaller. So this one enter in some pip, some really difficult pip. Which one? Ah, para keep. Makes sense. I shouldn't use this one. Good sir, I have a dynamic one before. This two really work. Pip list. Nice. I am inside my pen. And I can try to run this one like Python on cat p, and it will fail, of course. Nice. We will need to enter a studio. We will need our new instruction to make an app. The one without the one without the good question. Know the difference between these two for sure. Telemetry. I get it. If it is telemetry, the only inconvenient, then what do I do with this one? This one is try, this one is void, this one is Kiro, and this one is gravity. All of them are a fork of this one, and all of them have their own telemetry. This one is Google, this one is Amazon, this one they say there is no telemetry, and this one is Chinese. So yes, yes, it should work the VS extension in Codium, but I still didn't install the this one. This one was the first one I got in my hands on, and since I started using, I installed a new fork of someone else, then a fork of someone else, so and so on, so on. And each day a new AI came, and then Confi UI. So installing this one got postergated to later days. But now that you remind me, I might do it. Well, beginning of the month is quite. There is a lot of task at the beginning of the month, but I might do it in the middle of the month. And following with this, I create the README, and in the README I paste whatever Gemini gave me with that system prompt. And the guy that will have to make this an app will be Grok. Okay, so I will say read this thing and do the app. I might say in a wrong way, and maybe it won't construct a good app, but we can try. One thing that I have to tell you is read me. Maybe I won't say anything, just read me. Maybe we don't say anything. We just say read me and make the app. Make me my app. I'm I'm inclined to say desktop app. The desktop app. There is a van. Will the van work? The van is working. Yes, the readme. Into uh, using readme. In other occasions, I I tell Gemini to do the app. But in this case, we'll do here. There is a button to say plan. So I will enter in plan mode. It will read the README. It will say here that it's reading the README if I log in. And it doesn't like, I will need right click and input ignore. I need ignore. So what? Let's initialize the repository so that we can ignore this one. It's important to ignore that one, like this. Right click, ignore, and there will be one new file. This one, the ignore file, right? And in this ignore file, I need everything to be ignored in the virtual, so that only this is important for Grok, because this feature is nice to have. We leave the conversation for a moment. We'll say this is my initial commit. We won't upload to GitHub, but we can push to GitHub if we do this one. Yes, yes. Um, you should ignore things like logs, like this logs or log, right? Um, Python cache. We will need to ignore Python cache. Maybe this ignore is better. So there, it's ignoring a lot of things like WAP, MP3, MKV, TXT, Markdown, backup, ini, uh, the folder name model. There is no model, but okay, a lot of things. And if you save, it should make this, it will gray out. And when it is gray out, this one won't search in there, and this one won't bother with this. But we will fill with libraries in here. Maybe if we reopen it, open. So it doesn't. Um, right now the problem is that I need the backup, and it says it's too big. I will have to take into account this one later, because this is a good feature, because to click, you will click here to compare or restore, and without this one, the restore might not work. Let's say you ask something and it mess up the entire repository. So you can either use the commitment system for GitHub or for Git, or you can use the button that will say restore here. Yes. Right now I save in here and we will ask to do the app. He says, okay, oh, you want to do this, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I will do that if you turn to act mode. So I will turn to act mode and resume, and it should work. His own, his own work. At the same time, I will show you in here, we can ask the app also, right? In this one, I said, read the things from this code, make me the app that will be a desktop app for the user to input. Hmm. If I read the AI output, will I understand why the AI is doing what is doing? Is one question. Then it says, because reading their thinking tokens doesn't make me understand what they are doing. The thinking tokens is this one. Yes, is the thinking is text that is here. You can try to understand this text as doing my work. This text is like doing a better work than this text because I did a bad work when doing this text. So to ensure that uh, this answer is a higher quality, you do this one in the middle. The designers of the model do this one in the middle, named as a chain of thought or thinking. And the text that is here has tokens. These tokens are kind of important because when it's doing this chain, it will bring this one, for example, that I have never mentioned, but it's high quality in this case, and it will be a chance to do this one, for example, or it will be a chance to do this one, or this one, or this one, which is comfortable, right? A file picker will be comfortable. Um, File extension in the file searching. Right now, this is what Grok did. I didn't mention dark mode, right? But it has scan directory and browse, initial file start and browse, type a pattern and save as, and then do it, and status. Just a review, this one is git ingest. So we are going to use this to test. Every time of thinking. Yes, think the priming the answer with something like this with different aspects is quite tempting. Like sock injections, intrusive sock injections. But the one I like is the skeptic. This one is the one that I am interested because it will review something of whatever is hallucinating. Uh, Until now, I haven't seen it. How I was saying that since there is one thing here, which is the instruction to do the app, I can ask, okay, make me the 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 stop app, just like that, or using the things. using VS Code, I was doing all my apps like this. I do the specification plan or whatever it has to have, right? From here to here, it says what it has to have. And I say then, okay, make me the source code, and it will do the source code. In my case, I do a copy paste, right, to test it. It's quite laborious, but I already can see it that it will use the part. It finished, and it says you have to use it like this. Okay, let's do it. This entire code can be copied here. You can paste in here in a new file. This one is Gemini. Okay, test, and let's do one new Python. Gemini. Right now, you can compare the two apps. Can you see? Yes, are different, and they will be different when you ask again. Maybe one of the features will be broken. The code will be different too. Yes. Um, but since I gave the original, which is this one, I did the big part already, right? This one is like prepping the model with what it have to be. Now, I prefer a dark mode, and instead of dark mode, uh, okay, I prefer a library named P-Side 6, a version that is 6.9.1, which is quite actual, but Gemini and Grok prefer a deprecated one, like in dark mode, the color scheme auto is a fusion. So since I like this, I will ask just like this. I will ask to Grok and to Gemini to use this. Since Grok is testing the output and everything, it's quite happy to test. It did the command, it used the output, everything by itself, like a console command. Even if it is a GUI, it did a console command. And now it tells me that it has finished. Since it has finished, I will stash in here because I know these two versions, the Gemini and the, the one from Grok works. But I will ask the PCI 6 version. Um, Maybe I should ask to duplicate concatenator GUI PCI 6 from that version that will have this in. I will just paste this in here and do it. No plan, just do it. Now let's go to Gemini. We have to try to say the same. Make me a new Gemini UIPIC, blah, just like that. Yes. Um, Python is like or or Python, vanilla. Is Python. It's like Fallout 4 or Skyrim, the vanilla experience. No modding. You can have fun. It's fun, but you will get bored soon. Sooner or later, you will get bored with the vanilla experience. You need modules in Python that is like mods in Fallout 4 or Skyrim. You need this to have fun. But what happened? One of the mods has conflict with another mod. So if you have that problem in games, you should have those problems in Python too. Sure, it's a headache, but vanilla experience is worse. So embrace the header and try to have a, a happier, fun Python with modules. Yes, now that the AI is here, I don't think you will get time to play. Maybe you will get time, but AI is so fun that I couldn't play. So I will copy this one And oh, I didn't send. I'm sorry, block. And I did a mistake. I start a new chat instead of using the same chat. The problem is it will use the code as a base instead of the README. I should undo this one. Let's undo this one. Copy this one. Crash this one. Enter the previous conversation and do it here. There. Right now we won't have PSI 6, so we either install or create requirements. We did already. So, but this one won't work until he install it. Maybe he will install it because he does the test. Yes, see, right now he is installing the newest version. In this case, he installed the newest version. That way, this one will work also. In the meantime, I have to bring the Gemini version, which is this one. Right. It was the okay. Right now, uh, uh, right now you are looking at what is this part telling the AI. This part is telling the AI be as cool as this. And this one failed, but we can try to fix it. Maybe we can say maybe we can click here in the red dot, copy this, and tell Gemini, hey, we have this problem, just like that. still, still having errors. But there, Gemini is here, and Rock is here. But that is the difference when trying a new interface. And, and to and maybe all the files and say we will name on this is our git ingest. Do it and it will do. Oh, sadly I choose a folder that I shouldn't use, but it's working. I will have to use a different folder, a smaller folder. The file that did was this one, which is 100 megs and 20. This one should work also. So I will delete this one and we can compare. But I have to delete this one and this one to be able to move a lot of files. Oof. This resembles more like a repository. Have my streaming stopped? I will start again. See if my streaming continues. Okay. There is a free Confi UI. I will show you where to find it, but there is one limit. You can batch up to 2 pictures. You cannot batch more than 2. So right now this one is our testing folder, and this is Grok, and this is Gemini. it did that, and it looks like this. It says the starting of the file, the starting another file, the starting another file, etc. This one was Gemini, 14 files. And this one also. So right now we have Gemini and Grok. Both files are really easy. This app was really easy. It's nothing compared with. Okay, for some this part, for some reason, right, there is a new file. Of course, it is this file, and this is cheating. Okay, okay, okay. I'm sorry. There. They did the exact same file output, two different, uh, apps, but they follow exactly the idea and didn't fail at doing the things. However, this one says which file is using in here, and this one says 14. Git ingest is not the same because git ingest has git ingest git ingest adds one enter here, one enter here, and it will add another enter here. It's different in this part, right, right here and here. And my app, by some reason, I forgot to fix that part here and here, right? Or I think they add two in here. So git ingest we have two in here and another two at the end. That will be different. Right now I don't have oh, we have this calculator. Yes, we have this calculator. We can do one git ingest of the calculator. Is it is in GitHub calculator type. Yes, we have the types here. Okay, in case of git ingest, they have this one. I didn't develop this one here. So if I give this to Grok, he will develop this one. Let's say we compare to Grok or Gemini. Just compare. We can use right now. You see that this part is not present like this. Okay, GitHub Dev is just to have a VS Code online. It has nothing to do with Google AI Studio. Now, to use a free Google AI Studio, you have to take all your files from the GitHub and input in the app building. Like if you don't place it here in this part, in this button of the app builder, this is the preview, this is the code. So you enter here and you entire code here. Or you can drag and drop one folder at a time. This is one folder at a time. And I think these three files, you can drop the three files at the same time and then this folder. You can't drop two folders. You will drop one folder, another folder, maybe this, and then since you can delete this one, you have to enter, replace the content in here, and then enter and replace the content in here. It's so difficult to do. Well, it's easy to do manually, but if there is a button, I will prefer the button to pull from GitHub. That is what I mean for it will not cost token. If you place your app in here, you place preview and you use with the button that says chat with the AI and things like that. And this guy in here will also not cost you. You can ask things here and it won't cost you. Gemini 3 Pro won't cost um, it won't cost nothing, and it has no limit in this place. But as long as you limit yourself to TypeScript, it might be it might do some of Python, but I don't know if Python has a limitation. It has limitation. It's a virtual environment. It will have a lot of limitation in Python. So if you want to develop outside of TypeScript, because type of a browser has a lot of limitation in memory too, then you will have to use the VS Code or VS Codium with a free code LLM. Maybe today you can use Grok. Tomorrow you will be able to use Microsoft will give a free LLM sooner or later. Because if you don't get information from the user, you don't get the novelty that a user provides. Okay, user is the only one that will create. It will repeat the same errors of course, but is the only one that can create movement outside of the book. Of course, outside of the book is not the same as doing checkmate. Still, uh, a player have a style, and that style still has value, even if it's not checkmate, even if it's not a chess master. It has a style, and that style still has value because it wasn't trained in the model. So whenever someone get access to those styles, they get value. from the user. And right now we are the current user that represents humanity, but in the future we won't be here. It has to be someone else, right? And if you don't stay relevant, you won't get access to those news mind way of thinking. Man, um, one new thing is it didn't do this one, right? Yes, and there is a value for the engaging content versus the content that isn't engaging. So if you provide content that is engaging, you want to train that into a model. If you are a singer that attracts a lot of people, you want to train that into a model, if possible. The last thing that you mentioned was yes, Confi UI. Let's do a Confi UI. So in here, we go to CArt AI, and in here there are a lot of options, but one is workflow. I'm still not in the Confi UI, but workflow is the term about Confi UI. And this button will show you that Confi UI is free in here. So maybe I shouldn't touch this one, just going to the page. Yes, just going to the page. And this one that is here will pop up. So if I share with you this link, enter and hover the one, you should be able to enter a free Confi UI that you can use to create, and you can batch up to two. Image at a time. That means as long as you stay awake and you click render again, it will render another picture. Or you can rearrange your checkpoints. They have a lot of publicity, and sometimes it says free, but it's free of credit for people that have a paid subscription, and there is a free, right, with limitation. Until now, the Confi UI free is free with that limitation, 2 images at a time. And if you enter every day, you can render a video or 2 videos per day, something like that, because there is some sort of point that says, "Hey, welcome. Here are some points for you to use today." Yes. The thing about Google Colab, I haven't tested because it's a notebook. Is another thing to learn, right? Jupyter notebook. And it is great because the Jupyter notebook, you go from one step, two step, three step, and you verify that step one, it did run. So you can prototype things. But Jupyter notebook before AI was you have to learn. And let's say with AI, you don't have to you will learn, yes, but you don't have to find out how to write it. So Google Colab, have you tested Google Colab? Nice, nice. Okay, so yes, the part that is difficult is the to learn, right? Because Python to know by memory all the modules that are available is like crazy. You can't memorize everything. But when the AI arrives, the AI will tell you which famous module is available for you to use right now. And that was a huge jump. But if you find a nice project like this, a notebook, right? You can convert this notebook, which is Python, into an app, like the apps I show you, like this one, with interface that the user can use without all these things. Okay, we have one, two, and three. Are the three of them related? Okay. Hmm. Right, right, right. They will lend you a CPU and that will be enough, right? And for this one, you won't need a GPU, right? Mm. I think I maybe it will get confused because I mix a desktop and Android. So basically, pasting the Jupyter notebook here, pins, it plays in text for me to understand your Jupyter notebook in this way. I don't know if you are reading it. This is what Brock understood from this one, from this uh, specification. If you look, it says Thermo Jupyter Setup Assistant. Welcome to Thermo Jupyter Setup. Ta 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 ta. Back next cancel. Yes, the helper. If I click next, show me a button to download. Right now it's looking in dark mode because he remembers that I asked the other thing, the PSI 6 dark mode and fusion style and color from the system. Yes, Anki card. Uh, I installed this one. I was pretending to learn Japanese with the Anki card. In fact, you can give Gemini the instructions to do the Anki cards, and it will create your files just to do exams, test for these instructions. But right now, this one is pleasant, right? Is it is it not? It was easy in this case. So the part that worked was it was a readme. This readme. Hmm. A readme and of test GUI. Plus, you will need a installation of a PSI 6, which is the install PSI 6.9.1. So this one right here is your themes, your there is no source, or the understanding of whatever the goal is. And by reading this one should understand what this application does. And this one is just a representation. The whatever the LLM understood, it should do to build this one. uh, Maybe it won't understand and it will pretend to hallucinate was whatever the content is. I need your assistance because I don't understand and what I've been asking for. Here is the text I have to interpret. I will pass the text, the theoretical text, like a markdown in a block, right? I start with three tilde markdown, and I end with three tilde, and that will represent a block for the LLM. And I will ask his assistant to understand what the hell what the hell is I am I being asked with this text. And by trying to understand what is in this text block, it will give me his interpretation. And let's read it. Let's read. There is no problem. Okay. Don't worry. Something of this to capture your interest. Just knowing that you have at your disposal, which is free in free tier, should keep you awake. You won't be able to sleep thinking new ideas to do tomorrow. Yes, I don't have credit card either, so uh, PayPal or anything is outside of the window. I do avoid paying anything, and I use my bicycle. It's now 25 years or something like that. So I don't commute in a bus or a car, just a bicycle. And I'm skinny, so it's hard to use a weight to use the bicycle. But even doing exercise every day is not enough to be healthy. At 45, you have to complete all your dreams because you will roll dice and get a random disease, right? And in my case, one of them is to one of my legs. The left leg is now half stronger. So when I use the bicycle now, I have to use more my leg from the right. I say to Gemini that uh, this thing that I've been requested is impossible in a way that I prompt him to say it's not possible or it is possible. And it says, technically speaking, it's not impossible. So if you notice, there is some psychology applied there with this question. See, and humans have to fall for it, so the LLM also has to fall for it. Oh, obese. Then I I don't know how to distill the secret to be skinny. Um, it is weird because it might be inherited or maybe not. But if someone managed to distill how to be skinny for free, right? Without going to the gym and everything for free, right? Even eating a big amount, then that person that managed to distill that secret, it will get a Nobel Prize. But right now, it's not me. I have some doubts. Maybe it is to stay awake a lot. Maybe it's not the bike because the bike once I got the bike broke and I didn't use the bike for a year and I didn't increase my size or my weight. Yes, yes, yes. It's a kind of a secret. Uh, of course, not eating will decrease the size, but there is a problem. Not eating is like doing an effort, and the trick is to understand what is making the other get skinny without the effort. Yeah, oh, well, when the bike was broken, I didn't increase my size or my weight. And when managed to fix the bicycle, the size didn't change again. So it is quite weird to experience a situation like that and not being able to say, yes, you stop doing exercise. That is why you are getting heavy, or no, you are not getting exercise and things like that. Yet is the opposite. I remain with the same size, same weight, which is kind of incredible. Is the minimum. Is one of the hypotheses I have is that metabolism will take from the food the minimum on purpose, just because they can. Hey, we don't need this tomorrow, so let's not take it, and it will go to the toilet, which is a waste, right? If you eat too much and it will go to the toilet again. No, it's not fun. Not fun for the pocket either. Check this out. It says calibre right here. It gave you a hint. Oh well, it's not nothing new, right? But right here, as you can see, he went against the guidelines. Right, right. Well, sure, they have some sort of system to detect something. So this term in here and this term here, PRN, should trigger something from the side of Google. If you trigger that thing several times, for sure, a script will block something. But what is more interesting is it important to remove the key from the book? In the cell phone, of course. But what I asking is there something of more value behind that key than what you can write with this tool? Mm, of course, in my case, I'm rooted also, and in my case, it's not about books, but or an app that is Lucky Patcher. In my case, is everything about Lucky. But that is the only thing I will invest time in my root phone because if an app doesn't have an, a vulnerability, I uninstall it. When it has the vulnerability, I can keep it. Now, in case of this thing, now that AI is here, a lot of things change for me. For me, it's not possible now to invest time in my Android phone unless I do something like uh, um, free space, right? But in reality, I'm doing this all the time, more of this. Let's say mm, this one is a story. There is a lot of here. Let's see this one. So in this one, I have a system prompt because you can put anything in the system prompt. In this case, I ask follow rule one, rule three, rule four. Follow these rules, right? Uh, Also keep this type of writing where you will have a second person talking to me about the events that happen. And thanks to this, I get a story a, and a commentary, and then story from here to here, and commentary. And I go about several times, right? Part 33, part 34, part 35, etc. When do I instruct? I instruct in here, and I instruct here, for example. It says we will do we will do it part by part and do something something and let's go part by part. So I say part 33 and here comes the entire part 33, which is story, comment, story, comment, story, comment. And if I don't like it, I just have to delete and say again. And this will give me an entire book. In this case, it is an entire book of 43 parts. Each one is like a 2 page, so 43, more than 100 page, right? And then you can do, just because it's not enough, you can do something like this. Place the entire context in here. So I really start again in a different way. Let's say like this one, and it will give me. This one is quite difficult, really, to paint because I need to place the image here, 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 and here, right? And to place the image, I would like to do like this, there, right? I have to fix that part yet, and this one. And then input the text so that I can read the entire text and there is the pictures are here. Okay, let's study. Let's see. Let's see. I prefer to see it in a reader of the Markdown. So let's load a reader first. A Markdown preview. This one should be enough. Copy to there. Hmm. I don't know if you already know, but there is a reader, a, a read aloud, right? That you can do. You can do this. Hmm. Interesting. Yes, this one is so important because if the LLM didn't say what it did understand, it will be a mess. You will have to invest some time to correct, but the amount of conversation that you went without correcting will drive to the other side. It's so annoying. This is so important. Mm. This one, the when you do this one, it's like flipping a coin, and 50-50 chance that it will say, no, that is impossible, or is a task with a tremendous laborious work. But the laborious work will be calculated in human time, not in AI time. So it will say something about it will take a long time, like weeks, to work out. But for the AI, will be like 1 hour of uh, working with a human. Yes, yes. This part touch about the short sight, the oversight of LLM. But oversight is oversight. So, we are glad whenever it finds something, it prevents and is proactive, and it finds something. We are glad for that. But oversight are oversight. Even for me, even being human, won't be able to avoid the oversight. So iteration will be required. We are in the second iteration, right? Yes. We won't be able to avoid this. Yes, yes, yes. This keyword here is so important. Well, pair with this one is also when you do this, it's so great because it will chunk everything into a funnel, which is a document, and that document will have must. Maybe it won't, but it must have all the tokens that are required to produce that result. So, in other words, this force to convert into tokens into uh, words that will evoke the result, the expected result. And sometimes it's readable. Most of the time is a natural language, but sometimes is technical, too technical. But yes, the manual handoff is for from an AI to another AI to produce the expected result. And sometimes the human can enter and change some lines in this material. But this is basically the system prompt you have seen. The things is like a handoff, one of them, and you can do several handoff. Uh, right now, Drift is using a handoff for the development team and handoff for the Q&A, which is the team that has to test, and then another handoff for the designer of the GUI, and then another handoff, etc., etc. But yes, I didn't incur in this one, but I like what he is doing. Yes, we will do iteration. There is no other way. Oh, so in section 4 we get the plan. Then to others in the brief, I propose a handoff workflow. Wait, I get a confusion. When you use this one, you should get to this one. My confusion is that this one should result in this one. Uh-huh. So, but to others, AI output example. Propose a solution pathway, work, collaborative workflow. Okay. To address the identified pitfall, this is the example that he will say. I propose a manual handoff workflow. This is the workflow. You provide transcript, you, you do something, I analyze, calculate, and then I flag any incomplete final segment so that you can do anything again, which is you review my output, correct the master data, and then we repeat the process, which is you did something, but you already did. Okay. So we repeat means from here we go to number 2 again, then here, and then again here, then here, again here. And then we don't repeat anymore because you agree with this. No, no, no. This is a workflow that he proposed as an example in the section 3. And then if you agree with this example, let's say this example, he will wait, you agree, and then also here you will talk about doing this. Mm, let me hear again. Ah, you said something. Understand the steps. So in section 4, Yes, this is the final. Okay, so this one is about proposing a solution pathway. Oh, okay. This is meta then. Quite meta is. That sounds like this. And then ask if he agree. And then do it. Meta. Right now we are talking, okay? And then I say, let's do an hypothetical example where we will talk about something that we talked yesterday. I went meta. Well, yes, metaphor. Uh, yes, maybe metaphor because we do an hypothetical that we are talking, and what we are talking in that hypothetical is something about we talked yesterday. So we have to keep track of one thing that we talked yesterday, then with another slot of meta layer that is that we are talking in a hypothetical, and then that we are actually talking. It's like role playing also, right? Say you are an actor and I am a director. So I need you to act like an actor that needs the job from me, the director, and we will role play. That is one meta layer. Second meta layer is that I, as a director, I will ask you to perform a, a, a vampire, right? And you do the vampire, and the LLM will do the vampire also, and you will talk with them both. But then I ask you and say, okay, your paper was right. Now let's see how you do the Terminator. And the LLM will be confused because he was in one slot of meta layer that was vampire. He want to remain in the meta layer of the vampire. He can't go back to the being an actor that just performed as a as a vampire in a hypothetical role play that we aren't any of those. Uh, yes, you have to take into account that whenever you do the meta, you are using one slot, and the LLM has a limited number of slots. Just try it. Just try it. Keep adding meta layers to the LLM, and you will see it falling apart. See if it can keep two meta layers. If it can, Cloud is quite amazing in that regard. It can keep more meta layers than others. But Gemini, the current one, the 3.0, might be able to be the same as Cloud, but Opus is better again. Look, you can do more than a LLM meta layer. You can do more. That is your strength. That is the strength of the human. Not every human, but that is our strength. This prompt you can use this sound like you can use in front of the teens. You you remember this one, the teens, right? the one that drift, drifted to this one. Scrap Epoch Teams, right? Scrap Epoch Teams. This one is just to do a handoff, a specification of what the software has to do. But who will write this? Well, this prompt is saying, we both, me and you, will write this. Well, you will write, but I will instruct what to change. So this prompt can instruct how to build following these rules a new things. If you don't use this, you will have to write like, hey, make me an app that will do this, following this structure. Or you can go through these steps. Let's plug this one and see how it performs. But I need to read the last part. Yes, yes. You have to you have to record it. Let's see if output example. If user has a better idea, final action. Okay, let's hear. You know that the guidelines already have they already have this requirement. This part is kind of acknowledge to acknowledge that the user have a better idea. The guidance already has this. If you put again, you will get twice the acknowledge, and it will be biased because the LLM knows a lot, and we need skepticism from the LLM. Sometimes the LLM didn't step in when he knows a better way. That is the mind problem, right? You can't have a posture that says, I know a better way. Let's do this one first. I promise this one is faster, or something like that. It can't negotiate with you when you say, I think this one is better. It will always side with your side and then do the long path. We will test it like this anyway, but just let's keep hearing. We have this one. Which kind of name can this brand have? Collaborative problem solving framework. Hmm, okay. Collab, collab. It will be collab problem solving. Let's test it. with Gemini. We need a new system prompt, which will be collaborative collab, problem solving. This one is 2.0. Okay. Ah, and we have a problem, right? We will have a problem. We need to solve a problem. What's the problem we have? Right now, the problem we have is LLM can follow to meta? No. I need I need a solution for a multiple plot twist without revealing the plot twist. Sure, sure, it can. Um, there are certain encryptions that LLM will not go through, but it can go to the. There is a base 64, right? Base 64. This one the LLM can do. Like it won't trigger something in its database that will says it's dangerous to help the user with decoding or encoding base 64. Another that is not dangerous will be latent to decode or encode latent. Why do I say encode decode? It's the same as decrypting or encrypting, but for sure the difference in encrypting or decoding will be one has a goal to obscure and the other doesn't. But you can use the same algorithm to obscure it if the algorithm is phased just 2 or 3 bytes to the left or phase 10 bytes to the right, something like that. It's just algorithm that it will obfuscate data, useful data into a apparent random data. But talking about this encryption, we can say I have a problem in understanding, have a problem in understanding a basis of encryption because I have a problem. I get that for hypothetical game of um, even twins in a Korean chess, you have no the players have to choose where to hide their king and will do a encryption for the handshake. for a play, a match play, a play match that get executed at the first try of conquering the enemy. So basically, there is a chess where you have two towers, and you have to hide your king either in the left tower or the right tower. But if you play online, you can lie about where you hide your king, right? So uh, an application has to pick your choice, encrypt, and send the encrypted solution, the encrypted data to your contender. And your contender can try to decrypt it to know which place you hide your king, or play with you and try to beat any of the places, like toss a coin and beat the left or beat the right. So this is a problem that we have to go through your system prompt to find a solution. I will tell that it is an online match. Right now, I have a text, and the LLM has to say whatever it understands from my request, and it will trigger your system prompt, right? Because it has to say to me what it understands, and it will give me a chance to correct whenever I express myself very wrong. I will have a chance to correct. The problem with Gemini to transcribe a video right now is that whenever a person say ha ha ha, the the first ha and the second ha and the third ha makes the transcription go ha 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 and then repeat um, several m will repeat the m again and then one paragraph might repeat again in another place, etc., etc. There is a solution that is kind of programmatic, which is Parakit. I can show you in working. Here is your prompt working. It says whatever it understands from my request, and it says like this. In this case, you have to remove the transcription using Gemini. Let's fire a Parakit. While we fire Parakit, we will continue with this one. This one will take some time to load, right? It made something smaller. First, it has to tell me this, this is a good token. It's using an analogy. Did you use analogy in the token analogy in your, but it's using an analogy here. I think it says, the section one says code clarification, which is this one. It says code clarification. It use the exact term and says carefully read the user initial request that is easy, formulate understanding of their ultimate goal and core problem. And then three, present this understanding to the user for confirmation. End your response with a direct question. And then here is the example. In this example, the direct question is this understanding correct? And wait. So is this understanding correct? Please answer with yes or provide a correction. Yes, it follows. What it didn't set is the name of the game. Hmm. Do you know the name of the game? Maybe we can poke another LLM. This one is a GPT-5. Yes, yes. But I have problem finding the name of the link. Testing, testing. Do you hear me? Mm, I think it did a great job doing the analogy. Mm, Gemini 2.5 Pro. Jet 2.5 Pro did a lot of interesting programs in my case. Sure, it has bugs. It still has bugs. So right now it did advance to the second, and it suggested that is a Yangi. It suggested that the uh, by itself it suggested that it is the Korean Yangi, Korean chess Yangi. It did an extra step. right right here, the good effect of just adding pitfalls to your system prompt is clear. Right to the limitation. You said limitation in here, but in some place you said pitfalls. Yes, potential pitfall. Yet this part was pitfall was part of the example of what to do in these three steps. But yes, right here is acting to tell me already what he knows that I don't. With act nouns, is trying to educate me on this aspect because it should be because I say I have a problem understanding the basics, the basis of the encryption. So it should be teaching me instead of getting instruction from me. I don't know why in one answer it did step two and step three. What was your instruction after step two? Section two. Proactively identify things that user might overlook. Yes, user overlook condition setting completely. Okay, section two never said wait for me, wait for user. So in a sense, section two and section three are the same section. Right. Maybe they are the same section, but adding this name makes possible that this one has a one, two, three, while this one has one, two, three. It will force, well, I don't see the one, two, three. And here it says it has to be more dynamic. Okay. So these are instructions, so it won't be one, two, three. Is if the user confirms the word, proceed with this section. Right, of course. Eh, if the user confirms the words, we will stay in this one if I don't say yes. It works. It basically can stay like this. And the section 3 is based on the analysis of section 3. Okay. Section 2 has to be a section because in section 3 need to refer to the entire process as analysis. Here we will get an idea of what to do and it will help. Okay. Commitment scheme. I didn't. I here. Remember meta layers. If you read here, it says this act exactly like the sealed envelope you described, but I didn't describe. It was his idea to describe as a sealed envelope, and I just mentioned that his idea is yes, it's okay. I say this idea is okay. It's not like my idea. So here you can see how it will lose one meta layer because it's him the one that described it. You can enter here and modify like this. So it will be the right yes, it will be the right way to say it. Ah, he will use hashing. Yes, a number A1, B2, ta ta ta. Yes, I agree, but here is the kicking part. I don't understand it. Now it kicks in the explanation. So if we are talking about a part, we are in the hmm, but we were we were in section section 2, section 3, and then I say there is something I don't understand, and we went to section 4. It went to section 4 regardless of my understanding of the problem. It says that we have finished. Sure, it will end with does this explanation of the two prime clarify mathematical setting for you or not? I can continue poking this one, and maybe I will understand the math behind it because it's quite hard for me to understand a specific problem and then implement it as a developer. Let's see the second prompt that you share to you. In the second prompt, I have nothing here, and we have this one. See, can read first. Hmm. Yes, I was looking at this one, and it went directly to the final action, to the final section. But I was saying that yes, whatever you say in here is that, but I am unsure of how to understand it because it's hard for me to understand uh, encryption, right? And instead of cycling from here to here or something like that, it went directly to the final section, which is, hey, we completed everything, we have everything, we can go now, except for the last question that says, Does this explanation of 2 prime clarify the mathematical ceiling works for you, right? Yes, it didn't notice that I am unsure, so it baked this by me saying, yes, it is this, but I'm not sure. So it can't pick the part that before continue, let's make sure that you understand these topics or these things or etc. Or let me be more illustrative just before we can start because we need to be sure that we are in the same page, right? Either way, it won't be a collaboration, maybe, right? I can't delete here and here and modify and remove my yes and say, but here is the hard part. I don't understand I have to read. Maybe this time it won't jump to the fourth section. It went to the fourth. Maybe if I intercedes, right? I will go against your system prompt. I will I will write here like like I am entitled to write a system prompt right now. Maybe with this instruction, I will change the flow of the system prompt. The main problem is if I don't understand. It went to the final action plan again. Okay. Um, the main problem is if I don't understand, we won't collaborate, right? I won't be able to add anything because I don't understand the encryption. So in the end, it will do everything instead of me just with just this goal here. It will do everything. I can ask an app, and it will do the app of the chess. It will pick the prime numbers by itself. It will multiply whenever it wants to multiply, and whenever the player pick any of the two towers, it will decrypt and show whatever the other player choose. But I won't be able to understand the encryption and how secure or insecure it is. Let's read the other system prompt. The other system prompt is this one. Yes. Let me show you about the problem of the context. This is a repository that is available in my GitHub. It says Parakit GUI. Right now is version 1.6, and it was made with AI. Parakit is a model made by NVIDIA, and you can input. Tell me if you listen the audio.
along with some behind the scenes looks. So hit the subscribe button, leave a like, drop a comment down below with your thoughts. I have chapters down in the description below if you'd like to see certain aspects of the conversation. And with that, we'll get right to it.
Do you hear the audio? Okay, you input here the audio, you press the button to transcribe, and you can in this app I did like you can click that part by saying seek audio, playback, seek audio, etc. So in this situation, you can save to a subtitle, and this model from NVIDIA won't mess the transcription. It will really do the audio.
And so Unreal Engine 5 is a big advancement in that direction. The tools we have access to are much more advanced for the creation of games. And that's ultimately our job. So there are things like procedural tools for level creation that allow the level creation workflow to be.
The timestamp is not here. The timestamp is here when you save to a subtitle. So in other words, it's a subtitle for movie. This is the audio only, and it will wait. The audio only will wait. This one will wait 40 megas, and this is the subtitle, and the subtitle has all the timestamps. So if you give this to the LLM, it also could right here or could in the dots in the punctuations, right? So as you can see, it won't go more than here because it's too long for a subtitle, for example, or you can put in here. It's depending on the font, but as you can see, it won't go uh, past that number. And when you pass this to the LLM, it will do um, what you are asking here. It will do this without the audio. You can still pass the video, of course. You can give the video. There is no problem about that. And you can ask what is the color of the shirt of certain person and things like that, which won't be in the subtitles. The subtitles are just to prevent the awful transcription that Gemini does to date. In the future, new models might be flawless, but right now they aren't. Indeed, yes. Whenever the AI says, with this master prompt, give you the range, you can open this one, jump to the range like 30 minutes, like touching
World
here.
set out to do. Like what were some of
Right
the
now,
high level
right now, mine didn't show the range, which I will have to implement in a column here, a new column, just to make easy to go to certain time. because this one is in seconds, not in minutes. I will have to implement that. But the one thing that is interesting is that
You're gonna have the same shadows, you and the end.
you touch here and you get that audio.
Your engagements are at really long range, especially at vehicle fighting ranges. You
Since this is a subtitle, right now it's not a perfect synchronized, but when you transcribe the audio and you save into JSON file, is at the highlight level is at the word level, but you can only export at the sentence level for subtitles because subtitles in a movie won't have
your engagements are
the highlight of the word. Only karaoke have the highlight of the character. Let's say character,
Chapters down in the description below if you'd like to see certain aspects of the conversation.
right? So this model can do karaoke, can do word, and can do sentence because it does word and characters. Indeed, when this model came out, it beat every other model. The GUI, yes, the GUI is Parakit. Oh, okay, I will share the link. It is open source. Parakit. See, it's looking like this. There is a video here. You can see the video. Maybe I should make it faster. There. Hmm.
11th. Hello to Fernicar. Thank you all for joining me on this. Anyway, how are you all doing?
As you
So
can see,
tonight
it's
what we've got
following
is a bunch of
the word.
video stuff, hopefully. I want to have some time to expect. Welcome back everybody. It is Tuesday the 11th. Hello to Fernicar. Thank you all for joining me on this. Anyway, how are you all doing? So tonight what we've got is a bunch of video stuff, hopefully. I want to have some time.
It follows. I'm not a programmer, but I self-taught C++, and now with the AI, Python was intimidating for me. So with the I went all in on Python and TypeScript because they were intimidating before AI. Well, in my case, I am in the place of earning nothing because in I am volunteering, so I don't charge. I'm volunteering in my workplace. And my workplace is a family job, so uh, don't need to even think about what is success or even if I am rotting or not. As long as I can do personal projects, that is only what driving me right now. But as you notice, there is a lot of tools available for us in free tier. You just have to start. Drip say it also in the live stream. He shows that the AI is capable. And with this, I showing you that even the free tier AI is capable. You just need some tokens. One of the important I think I said it here. You have to use the search bar to search. This one. This one is the one that makes it look nice. Maybe I should pin it reply. There is no pin here. Pin. Now it will show here. No, no, no. Now it will show somewhere here. Pin message. Okay. So this one is there, and the other is pins. Pins, which is this one. Which is this one. I will pin this one. These two are quite important. Well, this one is more important, but this one make it look cool. That was the the problem about the transcription. So anything about transcription until the models are better, you have to solve with a parakit probably. If the video is short, maybe it won't. The transcription won't fail. Maybe I don't know. But the Parakit until now it didn't fail, and you can follow with the audio. So you can be sure that the audio is going to output some sort of text in the same place. What is close? Is a typo. Now, I I got a video, which is this video.
Subscribe button, leave a like, and drop a comment.
In this entire script, they talk
There are many
about
technologies that have been used for
technology,
anti-aliasing over the years.
uh, gaming, and anti-aliasing
AA method does it.
is gaming development, and this one has a we share information like this one want to get, which is here, right? What are the 1 to 3 most important concepts or skill this video teaches? So even if this one is a interview, it will teach things. The video will teach. Right now it's an audio, but it is the audio of the video. And I fed
With
this one
more
to Gemini to find out how can I put everything into a document. I say it's quite simple, right? I will give you the script, this script, and I say something, right? I say this one teach something, and I would like to have a documentary or anything. And I give the entire script just like that. There is no timestamp. I have to remove the timestamp of from the script to, and it does the first iteration, which is shorter, and then I say no, 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 no. The video has a lot of other things. Ta 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 ta. And then it will do the second iteration, which has everything, like 10 points in this case. It asks for uh, garbage collection, for assets of the video game, the problem of VRAM, anti-aliasing, vehicle physics, basically everything that it will say to any new developer. Hey, making game is fun, but these one are the things you will complain, just like me. Yes, but I didn't do the cards. In other words, if I read it, I will start remembering, but I will forget tomorrow. Then I have to read it again. So it's not doing the game part to instill into the brain. Right now, making games is not at this level. It's not a priority, critical priority for me, right? But you add the card. Now I am influenced to do that. When it is critical to remember, I will do the card. Right. In our own words. This part, yes. This part will be hard because the LLM can't create in our own words. Oof, this one will be hard. There is another alternative to this, and it is a notebook LM. Tell me if you test a notebook LM. Okay, let me convince you to try it. So you enter here when you get here, and this will be empty. There will be nothing here. And you click here, and you do one thing, one more thing. In my case, I will go with this one. So I do a file, right? You do you do your transcription. But have you ever tested the Socratic tutor? Did you feel, do you feel comfortable with this one? Let's test it. Let's test it. Test. It was engaging. So you try and it did was engaging. Ah, okay. Yes, because it feels like I don't know this system prompt, but the other system prompt was like you talk with someone and it's repeating everything that you said. It's like talking to the mirror. Yeah, I think the part that not giving the answer here, not giving the answer. This part I think is a problem. There is a moment where you don't give the answer. Right now in our conversation, I gave a lot of answers that show that I am in a posture and I have an inclination to something, to use a technology for something in such a way that I will do that, and you will be able to predict that I will do it again. I didn't hide my choices. I didn't hide my goals and the results that I got. But if you say, do not give me the answers, I will hide everything. Okay, thank you. There is another system prompt. I don't know if I have it here. Like this one is interesting. I didn't polish this one, but this one says try to emulate my brain, or should try I should try to do more system prompt. There is one that says you are my we will engage. No, I will give you a text, and you will talk to me like it is your project, and you are my old college, my old friend from the school, and we catch up. And of course, you won't stop talking about your project. And you know that I will scrutinize everything, just like we did in the school. So you will tell me your project, every detail of this document, and you will be prepared for me to scrutinize anything of that document. And we will talk like peer to peer. So I won't be an expert of nothing. You won't be an expert on nothing. We will be peer to peer, and we will have a conversation about your project. But I will choose the PDF. Okay. So I choose a PDF. I gave the PDF to Gemini, and Gemini posts like it is his project, his current project, and it is enthusiastic and tries to convince me that it's a great idea, and I poke everything. And this kind of uh, chemistry surface every error in the PDF or misconception from my part. In the end, I end up learning what the PDF is, but I also will be skeptic, right? Right. And even the PDF might hide some things or might have a misconception. So if the LLM can't defend the PDF, well, no one counts, right? Maybe the author. Then about there is a whisk. eh, I hope you know whisk. Do you know this site? Yes. Have you tested? Okay. So before this one, I will complete this one. I placed my document here, and then it might be a PDF, and then it will do this one. And if you touch any of these, you will get something. So in this case, you get the mental map of the document. If you take here, it will explode. If you take here, it will prompt with this text to the document. You can take a touch here, and it will prompt this thing about the document or internet. So in other words, you can do the mind map of a document. It's kind of Anki, right? But you explore the concept, and not only one document, several documents. You can place several documents in one place. That is the mind map. And the other is audio overview or video overview. In the audio overview, it will
Okay,
do.
let's unpack this. I want you to think about the computer commands you probably tap out every single day. Things like Ls to list files, or CD to change directories, maybe even grep.
The really common ones.
Right. Now here's the kicker. How old do you imagine these digital workhorses truly are?
Well, most people probably think they're relatively recent.
Would you believe they trace their origins all the way back to the 1970s?
Yeah, far back.
Yeah.
Podcast in that case. And this one will do a video. And you can download the podcast or uh, listen to high speed. In my case, anything from video to audio, I'm listening into 1.5 because you will have more time and more context in less time, right? So in this case, you can place new stuff here, and the new stuff might be from your Google Drive, a link from a web. It will enter the web and download a YouTube video, just like you said, or a text that you copy and paste. That is why I want to you for you to check, and you can do 300 links. So you pick one by concept. You create a new project by concept, and you place all the links you want to investigate about that one. Assisted by the LLM and only by this and maybe internet web search and fast research. Sorry, I'm sorry. It seems I lost internet. Yes, sure. Hit me up any time that if you have free time, tell me. Whenever you want. See you later then. Bye bye.